Good afternoon, 44 Trading Room. Hi, team. Morning, Clifton, Scott. Hope everyone is doing okay to start this Thursday trading on the last full week of trading on the US market. Actually, seems like that finally we started a quite of a pullback. However, maybe it's going to be a short-lived. So if you did uh, trade, guys, yesterday, the FOMC press conference, especially because, as I stated to you, I was expecting not just me, but the whole Wall Street. Everyone was expecting this the quarter point cut, which we got, but actually this hawkish tone, which was expected by the Wall Street, I was talking about that and even writing in the newsletter about the expectations that came true, and the results of this hawkish press conference, it just drove the Dow more than 1,000 points lower. So that was a huge move back on the overall market. A reason for that the Fed is starting to be more cautious with the rate cuts in 2025. Highly good morning to you, because of the fact that the things are not looking that great as it used to be and should be. And look at that result after the after Powell's comments. The triple Q just made a huge pullback, more than 3.5% lower traders. High was not bad either. Like to the downside, look at that, even broke the 50 EMA, amazing. And if we just check the Dow, the ETF of the Dow Jones Index, you can see that not the Dow, the IA, sorry, I always mix it with the Dow. This is a huge move to the downside towards to the 200 EMA. By the way, if you just check it, it's might heading back to this 400, 410 area, and we have a gap to fill on the index as well, and on the ETF back to 422. Well, let's see if it's going to be filled. For today, though, seems like that there is a dead cat bounce, small pullback. I don't know what's going to happen after the opening bell, but as you can see, the SPY is higher now with 0.65% after this huge rout of yesterday, and even the triple Q, it's moving back. Also, I must tell you that the news, I mean, the message from Powell, it was quite concerning. So let's see how the market is going to absorb the news, because today we still have a bunch of economic news coming. And by the way, after the Fed decision, other countries like Japan held the rate, and even UK just held the rate, so no more rate cuts or rate hikes. Japanese by BOJ, I mean the Bank of Japan, just held the rates, as well as um, the UK in the UK. So things are starting to be interesting here before 2025. I feel like maybe this 2025 start is going to be a little bit hectic, nervous, let's call it like that, especially after these comments of the Fed Chairman Jerome Powell. But what I wanted to tell you is not just the Fed decision and the Fed comments, which are going to impact the market today, but we have a bunch of economic news starting with the GDP numbers has been released already. I'm just telling you that it was much on the NZD, sorry. So on the federal funds rate, it's done. And today on the GDP numbers, it was better than expected. So this is giving a little boost for the bulls to pull back after this ugly rout to the downside yesterday. Unemployment claims, it was not much lower, but lower than expected. So this is giving a boost to the bulls as well. And the Philly Fed Manufacturing Index, unfortunately, this is definitely not giving a boost for the market, because it just came out really, really lower than the expectations. It's minus 16.4. This is quite of a concerning number there. And 10 o'clock, we are going to get the existing home sales traders with the CB leading index. So this is for today. No more economic news, only existing home sales at 10 o'clock. So far, let's see whether this pullback on the market is going to be a short-lived or another, let's call it like renewed strength from the bulls. Also, I must tell you, for the bulls, they need a lot of enthusiasm to turn around this very ugly red day, both on not on all of the three indices actually, like on the SPY, TQQQ, and the Dow. One thing is for sure, so far the GDP numbers and the unemployment claims numbers helping definitely for the market and for the bulls to pull back a little bit. But of course, we have more news here, mostly on the Powell comment actually, but even on some specific stocks news we have here, like MU just missed the point. Unfortunately, disappointed the stockholders with the numbers, but I'm going to talk about that. Indeed, economic data highlights in the headlines: U.S. weekly jobless claims fall while third quarter economic growth rate rises and Philly Fed gold tumbles. So this is the summary in nutshell of the economic news of today. Santa Claus rally. Will stocks bring holiday cheer to the investors this year? Very good question, especially after this extremely big red day on the market. British pound is slipping after Bank of England stands pat on the interest rate, so they indeed hold the interest rate no change, like just Bank of Japan, as I told you. All of the stock exchanges tumbled, of course, after that big rout on the US stocks. And even crypto pulled back towards this 100K level. Now it's trying to make a comeback too. It is at the moment on the Bitcoin around this 101 to rather 102,000 area. So this is trying to get a bounce too as just the US stocks. And as I've told you, we have several news on some earnings stocks, upgrades, downgrades. Boeing stock seen as a dog of the Dow for 2025. That is maybe bullish for the BA, by the way. It was a kind of a nice mover in the recent days. So I'm going to watch it. Fed Powell sends shockwaves to the market. This is no time to panic. Well, actually, most of the financial headlines are talking about this big rout as chill out, relax, nothing bad is going to happen. Well, after such a big red day, I would be though cautious, and this is what I'm going to be. My approach towards the trading is definitely going to be cautious today and especially tomorrow when we are definitely heading to the end of the year, you know. So I'm not sure I would go for a deep buy. There are more brave traders outside. Maybe they are going to go for that, and maybe they are right. We never know, you know, what's coming next. But this is just a little red flag in my eyes. So let's see what's going to happen in that continuation. Okay, so I was talking about some stocks which are moving nicely, and the first one, which is not moving very nicely for the bulls, it's Micron, which is just plunged 13% in pre-market trading after the chip maker issued a weaker than expected second quarter guidance. So let's just start with Micron. And traders, please, if you have any questions, good morning, Lee. Any questions, any candidates on your side, please just type it in the chat. And please don't forget the Christmas sale is still on. We just started it. And don't miss on the opportunity if you want to have a funded account, or even we started challenges, which is a new product. And this is a good one. Well, indeed, you can just go for a funded account if you do the challenge. I don't know if you are familiar with these challenges, but definitely for serious traders, funded account is the real deal. Okay, guys. So Micron, as you can see at the moment, a minus 11% to the downside, very high pre-market volume. Of course, this is trying to make a recovery. Look at that. It was down towards to this $86 area. Amazing. Very, very big drop on the daily. If we check it, well, on the Micron, it's not a big deal to have such a big gap down or gap up, as you can see on the historical prices. So I'm sure it's going to be a mover. Question which direction is going to move, because if the bulls are going to get quite enthusiastic on this move to the upside, might we will see the Micron to pull back a bit more in the beginning of the day, but don't be misled. by this pullback because the fact is that the Micron got really ugly numbers, traders. So I'm going to put it definitely on my short side. And as I've seen, even Scott's list is just on the short list, which is no doubt we should put MU on our first short candidate. All right. Also, as I've seen, NVIDIA is not very much going with the MU today. NVIDIA is up 2%. Tesla back 2.65% after a very ugly 8% down move yesterday. PLTR on the run again. Coin, of course, it's pulling back with the Bitcoin. Very into the green. Meta very green. Roku, BA, as I mentioned you. Netflix, Google, JP Morgan. So seems like everyone is and every bulls are just on the stage now to save the market. Let's see if it's going to happen today and tomorrow. So far on the short side, MU to the long side, and I'm going to put NVIDIA actually because this looks like a very nice comeback. Lamb Weston. Lamb Weston is the next one with the earnings. It is down like a 14%, as I see now, 15 even more. LW, ugly numbers, disappointed the investors and the stockholders, and seems like it's just stretching lower. A really big gap down, as you can see, it had a gap down already in July. That was definitely the another earnings. So it seems like it is able to even move after such an ugly gap down. So let's just put it on our short list as well. Pre-market volume quite okay, 360,000, not bad. All right, next one in the row is DRI, Dada Restaurants, again an earnings stocks, and this was a lucky one because it got some better number than expected. It's higher. I'm not quite satisfied with the volume because it is just 63,000. Let's just put it on the long side because this is a quite a nice mover. Just let's be careful with the spread on the VRI. Lennar Corporation is the next one. This is a home builder, which is down 10% after the earnings for the first fiscal quarter missed the analyst expectations on the Lennar. At 10 o'clock, existing housing sales, which is can I mean it can impact the home builders and the retail sector stocks. So be careful on that one at 10 o'clock. But so far, looks like that the Lennar is just extending its ugly drop. It's just dropping for a while now since actually the beginning of December, and now it's down an extra 7% with a 94,000 pre-market volume. At the moment, it's standing on the $134 area. As you can see, the next the resistance is on 140, doesn't matter. But the next quite strong support can be around the 130. So this still can drop. This still can drop. The stock, I really like it to the short side, as I see even Scott just put it on his list. So Lennar Corporation to the short side. Tesla added 3% after the big 8% drop yesterday, and seems like that this is just among the big stocks which are making a comeback for today. Tesla is on Scott's list. I'm not going to put it on my list to the long side. Anyway, traders, it depends everything on the market, how it's going to behave after the market bell. I mean the opening bell. Also, with the tech stocks, I'm going to be cautious because as you could see in the recent days, we could see a rotation between the big tech stocks like semicon stocks and lower price stocks. So let's just be careful with the tech stocks. But on the SPY and on the triple Q as well, I'm going to watch, of course, the direction, which might is going to stay like this green stripe and continued, or maybe at a point of the day there will be another sell-off. So I'm going to be cautious on that indeed. Next one, Conger Brands, which is a packaged food company, did 2% CAG after lowering its fiscal year outlook. This is not a good news of CAG, definitely. Let's see how does it look like in the pre-market and on the daily. Down 1%, not a very high volume stock, and actually not a huge moving stock at all. I'm just going to put it to the secondary list because of that, but CAG it can be a short candidate. Accenture is the next one, which is not what type of stock as I see, so let's just leave it. CarMax, it can be another interesting long candidate because of great numbers on the earnings. KMX at the moment it's higher with 9%. Quite okay pre-market volume. I would like to see a little bit higher. It's a 100K around at the moment, but there is no doubt it's just starting the day very strong, and I like the fact that it is over this very strong resistance, daily resistance. You see about this 88.50s, heading towards this $90, which can be a possible resistance there. But indeed, it seems like a very nice move to the upside. Look at that. The next resistance, I think, it can be after the 90, maybe the 95. So might we will have a great and strong mover on the KMX. KMX is going to my long list. Palantir in the news as well. Reason for that, the AI software stock gained 3% after announcing an expanded partnership with the US Army. So PLTR seems like this big move to the upside has not been done yet. And even we have a bull flag on the PLTR. It's at the moment it's higher 2.84%. Bull flag breakout is still far away actually. Like the all-time high and the bull flag breakout is going to happen over 81 again. But there is no doubt it's on the strong side. And I just read some news on the stock of AI, C3 AI. Reason for that, it got a downgrade. So this is plummeting at the moment. I'm going to put it to my short list on the AI. Also, I'm going to be careful with that because lately it's quite strong too on the daily. And at the last, not least, I'm going to watch the strong and weak stocks, the strongest and the weakest. Hi, Victor. Good morning to you. Hope you are ready for today's trading. And I really hope that no one got caught yesterday in this big drop. Please tell me if yes, and you need help because I know that feeling. Once I got caught in a very nasty drop and I had a long swing and I really ended up very, very painful on that trade. Hopefully it did not happen to you, but rather the opposite, that you had a short on that. I was not trading yesterday, unfortunately. The FOMC press conference, I was ready for that, but I could not make it, unfortunately. So today, hopefully, I can just get some nice trade. Okay, guys, I see still some nice movers on my gainers and losers list, starting with TRIP. TRIP. I know it's not a chip advisor. Actually, it's not a huge mover, but seems like that today it's up nicely with a quite of okay pre-market volume. So I'm going to call it just my long side. I like that stronger pre-market volume with the move, plus the multiple bottom reached on the daily chart. So TRIP looks nice. DRI is here, KMX, we have it. Yeti is here as well. It's just quite strong. What else? Coin, of course. Bill.com was quite of a big mover as well yesterday. Not a high volume, unfortunately. That one I'm going to be careful. But coin and trip is still going to go on my long list. To the short side, of course, MU, as I mentioned you, HIMS, which is dumping quite a big one, like 15%, doesn't look good at all. And no more. WDC is down like 4% as I see. DHI, which is going down. LRCX, so we have a little bit more downside. But as I mentioned you, on the trip, I'm going to put it to my long side only, and maybe the coin, as this is just going with the Bitcoin pullback. So that's it for me today, guys. This is my list. I wish you a beautiful green day. Please don't forget 10 o'clock is going to be the um, existing home sales. And of course, I'm going to see everyone on Monday tomorrow. Sorry, children just arrived. Tomorrow, it's no trading for me. As you know, Christmas is coming with full force and a lot of Christmas parties around, children Christmas party only. And I need to attend to listen to the beautiful Christmas songs. So sorry, tomorrow I'm not going to be here, but of course Monday I will be back. I wish you a beautiful green morning, traders, and a green day. And please be careful and cautious because I'm expecting quite a big volatility for the morning. So have a nice
Good morning and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to a beautiful Thursday. You know what? We only have one day left, and that is tomorrow on Friday. And boy, what a day yesterday. I'm sorry I missed the afternoon session. What an opportunity there. Again, if you're an investor, you're getting hammered. If you're a trader, you're looking at that opportunity to really, really dial in your trading yesterday. Understand you guys had a great afternoon with DVG. A really good morning today. We've got more volatility back in. It looks like we're going to make up some of that loss if this day holds on. We'll talk about that and more. Thank you to everybody that's in the room. Thank you to everybody that's following us on YouTube this morning. We appreciate that. And if you're on YouTube, give us that thumbs up this morning. We would greatly appreciate that. And thank you for your ability to be part of what we're doing on a day-to-day basis. And thanks for joining us here. Thanks for chiming in, being a part of what we do day-to-day. Thank you for having the time to be with us. The anticipator, the rest of you that are on YouTube, thank you, and thank you as we get rolling today on this Thursday session. Okay, let's talk about these markets. We'll say good morning to everybody here. Looks like Aggie's got her list um, reported here. Myself, too, that I'm watching. DVG will have his up shortly. And here we go for this Thursday. We'll start off with the pre-market futures here, or actually with the markets in Asia in the overnight session. We saw those markets kind of follow us lower yesterday. The Nikkei was down 268 points. Hong Kong Hang Seng down 112, and the Shanghai and China down 12 points. And then you move over to Europe, which is in session now. They're down across the board. German DAX down 186. FTSE in UK down 79, and the CAC 40 in Paris down 75. All six markets that we look at are down, and we're coming off of a down day, but our futures have reversed today. Dow futures up this morning now, 331 points after being down 1,100 yesterday. S&P futures up 46.5, and the Nasdaq futures down or up 148 and a quarter after being down over 700 yesterday. Oil's bounced back here, up 68 cents now, 71.26 per barrel. And then if you're looking at gold this morning, well, you got a big down day. Like I said, we're looking at that 2,600. I think we broach it. We're down 39.7 on gold, down to 26.1350 per troy ounce. Silver's down $1.13. That's down almost 4%. Copper's down, platinum's down, palladium is down, all precious metals down. Dow futures this morning bouncing back after the index was down 1,100 in a 10th straight losing day. Something tells me, though, that today we could bounce and then sell off again. I hate to say it like that for investors, but that's what's running through my mind. Darden Restaurants in the news here, sales rising 6%, fueled by Olive Garden and Longhorn Steakhouses. Malls are using new restaurants to draw consumers to shopping centers. There's been a revitalization of consumers eating at mall restaurants and those that are attached to them and going back into malls. So that's a pretty big deal. And that's about it here for this morning. That's about it. Trump joins Elon Musk in opposing the House GOP's government funding bill. Can't do anything about it till he's in office, and that's about it. Amazon workers striking 7 U.S. facilities ahead of Christmas, so they'll need to work that out. Again, you don't want Amazon to go down. That's part of the heartbeat of the economy right now. It's crazy, right, but true. So we'll watch that and more. All you need to know today is we're going to have a bounce at the open here, and we're going to have to wait to see if we hold on today for this bounce. Okay, let's say good morning to everybody here in the room, and then let's get this day started. Lee, good morning. Jonathan, good morning to you. Yep. Victor, good morning. Miguel, good morning to you. Kev, good morning. Victor, good morning. David, good morning. Steve, good morning to you. Jonathan, good morning. Morning, Dave. Good morning, Jim. Good morning, Scott V. Great to have everybody here in the pen this morning, ready to rock and roll. Tomorrow, I know Aggie's going to be gone. I think DVG is gone tomorrow. I'll be hanging out by myself. Tomorrow we'll have a special guest join me to trade. One of the traders here in the room has volunteered. Look forward to having that person tomorrow. Now, as we get going today, what are we going to be looking at here? Well, first one off the bat, we're going to be looking at a possible Tesla long trade this morning, 452. I'll paint this one green. This will be a Tesla long, and this will have to be getting in, I think, right at the gate here to make this one work because I don't want to get sold off. Darden Restaurants this morning, DRI. This one is already gone. I'll post it at 175 because that's where I was liking it this morning at the pre-market. DRI 175. May not see it again today, but we'll find out a little bit later on. MU this morning. This will be a short under 90, the whole number. MU short under 90. There's that post. And then last but not least, a couple of things. KMX looks real good to the upside here, and I'll post this over 90. KMX long over 90 this morning. And then last but not least, this little Lennar trade here under the 134. This is Lennar, the home builder, LEN short under 134. Okay, there's my picks, and we get started in about 2 minutes coming up on. Again, today, just be very cautious with this open. Again, today's going to be looked at as a bounce back day. I'm not too sure we're going to hold on here, though, today. I would love to see us hold on. That would be a nice bounce for the market, but I got to tell you, I'm not, not totally bought off on this move higher now. So we'll see. We will see. Okay, let me go ahead and update this one sheet, and then we should be good to go. Okay, there we go. 27 and 11.1. Okay, apply. Perfect. No. 9. Okay, yep, got it. All right, all set to go here this morning.
Hey, Scott.
All right, DV, get in here. There we go. Hey, partner, how are you?
Well,
what did you do to the market?
Hey, you know what? I came back, spent some time with the crew. So for those of you who joined in the afternoon session, all I'm going to say is congratulations. For those of you guys who didn't join, feel free to watch the recording that we have posted. It's on YouTube. But for those of you guys did join, we crushed it in the afternoon session. So obviously, what a move. I mean, I literally was taking 5-6% by the end of the year. We did it in almost a day, and awesome. That's pretty wild. And anyway, so with what you're saying, Scott, I think you're spot on in the sense that wet, cloudy day, predictable rain. You know what I mean? We're gonna bounce a little bit. I would take the move from yesterday, mark 50% off that move. On fill in the blank, whatever stock you're looking at. So take a look at the full move and then mark where you see 50%, wherever that is. Count on that being likely at least a bouncing point, and we're seeing that on some names. I will say this: if it's interest rate sensitive, try to stay away from it, or maybe short it if you're thinking of that. So other than that, I mean, I'm gonna keep an eye on banks, credit card companies, Visa, MasterCard, Home Depot, Lennar, Toll Brothers. There's a list of them, but I'm going to watch today just because that level of volatility yesterday, who knew? I mean, that's a significant move. Just definitely trade careful. We are open. If there's going to be a stock that I like to the upside, it'd probably be NVIDIA. But even then, I'm just going to wait for probably the first 5 minutes. Let me see behaviorally what markets do.
Yeah, and I'm going to be watching Tesla here at the open too. This should give us some direction for the day and for this stock. And again, I posted it here in the pre-market 452. So anything over 452, I'm going to go long this stock here this morning. And it's going to be a quick trade. So just watch it here. We'll see if we get up and go, or if we're going to start to pull back right out of the chute. Watch 452 entry. Along the stock here, 452. Target's going to be 453, 454. I'm going to add at 454. Okay, full share size now. Target 455. 455. Come on, 50 cents to go. Oh my gosh, we got it. Boom. Okay, right out of the gate here. 455.40. I am out. Wow, full share size trade. First minute and a half of the day. Now 456. Now all shares out. 456.13. I am done. Okay.
Nice.
All right. Quick but not easy, but nice spike here. Remember what I said pre-market? I said we're going to have just this first candle, I think, to work with on Tesla, and then we'll have to wait and see here. So took advantage of that. All right. 1 for 1. EVG, what else are you watching this morning? I need to replace this LW with something.
I think NVIDIA is probably going to be the one.
Yeah.
And right now it's looking like a short, but I'll wait. We actually marked up that chart as an example yesterday, and we're kind of in this buy zone right here. Anything sub 132, but I think we may pull back a bit still in markets. Just because we dropped to 512 and we're at 521, so that's a pretty decent bounce. So maybe we retest at least the close. I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but that's kind of what I'm watching. I'm just being patient today, so.
Wow, PLTR. Okay, I'm going to try Tesla one more time, 452. Tesla long 452. I won't post it again, but I'll just be watching it here. 452.
I'm going to try going long here, NVDA 131.
We get below 450, I'm going to try it through 450. Like I said, I'm expecting a possible sell-off today, and that doesn't mean that we'll get it. So 452 entry, did not broach the 450. We do broach 450 to the downside, and we'll take it through 450.
I'm going to add to NVIDIA if we get over 131. Actually, let's just call it 132. I don't mind adding there.
Yeah, I'm long the stock here. Long the stock, Tesla. Small share size right now. What I'll do is I'll add to it over 450 now. Yeah, just 200 shares here. Going to add once we get to 450 here on the stock, 450. Like a reverse add, but again, that was my target. That was my first target entry here as we pulled back. So watch the 450. Okay, I'm long right here at 450. I'll add this time around. I'll add at 451 and 452. So we get the bounce here. This could be a great trade. If not, we're going to give it up, small share size, and be done.
Meta looks good here under 602. Well, missed it. Right when I said that, it dropped 2 points. Okay, NVIDIA kind of slow this morning, right around my entry. So if it breaks here, I'll get out of the way. Can always reposition in the 120s, but we really need to see a liftoff over 132 ASAP for me to hang on to this position. No, don't like that. Don't like that at all. Being patient, seeing if the bottom hangs in there on NVDA, but may not. Market's pulling back.
I'm out of the Tesla trade with a loss. Out of Tesla with a loss. Again, just 200 shares there, but again, to me, well, I still like the trade, but this is what I'm talking about. If we didn't grab that first candle there, I'm afraid this we could have potential sell-off today. I'm telling.
Yep. I do like the pullback in Tesla. Pullback now in the Qs. And I'm still hanging on to NVIDIA. It's moving kind of slow, and I don't mind it. But if it starts really breaking down, I'll just get out of the way, reposition there. Don't mind it dancing a little bit here. I will add at 131 if we get there on NVIDIA. Can't add to a losing trade, so I'll wait for my entry and I'll add to the position. If we get there, right now it's not looking too good. Also keeping an eye on Apple and JPM. So JPM big level 236. Let's keep an eye on that this morning. NVIDIA in big trouble here at this 130 level. It needs to hold that or down we go.
Yeah, not looking great right now.
I'm going to hit Microsoft here for a little bit. We're in.
Okay, 450 now Tesla. If we get this move higher, try it again.
NVIDIA over 131. I'll do a full size ad.
Okay, let's watch this here, see if we get it. Maybe that's it. We bounce here and run to the highs. Just watch the volume of the market. Watch the volume of the stocks that you're trading right now. That'll give you an indication of kind of where we're going. If you got more volume to the downside, then watch out here. Tell it by looking at your triple Qs chart, by your SPY chart.
I'll be looking for shorts here in a bit. Maybe we'd see a pull back to around the close on the Qs. Puts this right around, what was that, 516?
Yep.
So I am long Microsoft. I am long NVIDIA. I will add full size over 131, which is where my entry was. We're red on that trade right now. Slightly green on Microsoft. I'm going to add here over 442 on Microsoft. Target on Microsoft will be around 445. And target on NVIDIA is 134. So I'm willing to hang on and hold a little bit of risk today, just because if we do see a buy side momentum, it'll be short and sweet, aka quick move up. We're getting this full size ad here right now on NVIDIA. Let's see this thing take off now. Here comes Microsoft. I'm going to wait. I need to see over 443 before I feel a lot more comfortable to this upside move.
451 is where I'm going to add here on Tesla. This is my third trade of the day. Tesla long at 450, add at 451 to full share size, target 453.
A 50% retrace on the Qs would put us at 52370, so about 2 points away. If the Qs are going to push to that level, that's basically we're going to be taking big partials on these long positions here. I don't know if we're going to rally. Maybe we do, but after yesterday's sell-off, pretty strong. JPM now over 236. I didn't take that trade, but I'm keeping an eye on it. That's going to be kind of an ancillary indicator for me. Okay, kind of counting on NVIDIA to turn on the afterburners now. Just dancing around green and red, so let's see if we get an actual bounce. 133 will be my first partial, so looking for 2 points. Ideally 134.50 is kind of target. I don't know if we're going to get it on a day like today, though. But if we do, I will be paying myself first. Rule number 1.
Come on, Tesla, don't fail us here. Looking at the overall market as we open things up on this Thursday, we still got a good move on the Dow at 371, 373, S&P up 48, and the Nasdaq's up 154.
We're looking good to the downside here. Jonathan on JPM. Yeah, 236 is the big level on JPM. So if it doesn't break out above 236, then that's kind of level. Guys, I'm going to get out of this Microsoft position. Might be getting taken out of this NVIDIA position too. I'm so, again, willing to hang on to a little more risk today because we're counter trend, but the Microsoft position was a small size. We weren't going to add until we see 443. My NVIDIA position, though, this is a risky one for me. Watching this pre-market low around this 518 level. See what the Qs do. I don't want to fight the tape, right? Like yesterday, clearly we're down. Right now, the only reason we're going counter trend is in the chance that we do bounce. Let's take advantage of the bounce to at least 523.70 on the Qs. That's kind of what I want to see. If we don't do that and we revert lower, I'm going to short everything like we did yesterday afternoon. Okay, here comes our move in NVIDIA. I want to see it break out over 132, so I'm going to wait for that to happen. That'll put us right over the 200 EMA. Again, I'm going to wait till at least 133 before I pay myself first. I don't want to take this for 30 cents. I'm either going to make this trade or break even / maybe lose a little on this trade. I'm not going to get too excited over 30 cents here. All right, that rejection on the NVDA trade kind of concerns me a little bit. Worth noting, names like UNH yesterday, not really phased.
Traders, again, still in the Tesla trade.
Okay, here comes, now NVIDIA's going to get it. Let's take out all those sellers.
Add.
Squeeze them. Here comes a squeeze on NVIDIA. We should take off here. 132 minimum. I'm looking for 133 before I pay myself, but realistically 132.5, I'll probably start paying myself. Took a while, guys, but we got there. Folks, I should say. May not be too late to miss the coin trade here, but I'm watching it. Wondering if we're going to get some buyers in this 287 area, but I missed that break under the 200, that 290 level. For those of you who use the 200, keep an eye on it. See the importance of it today. SPY barely hanging on to it. Q's under it. So Even NVIDIA tagged it and then pushed down. So I don't like that rejection. Microsoft rejecting it as well. Tesla just under it. So again, if we decide to push higher, big if now, it needs to be quick and abrupt. Otherwise, down is, let's follow the trend. Trend is down. Trend is your friend. I still think a healthy bounce would be at least a 52370 on the Qs. But, after that huge sell-off yesterday, I think I might have spooked markets just a little bit.
Okay, traders, this is a huge trade now. Full share size on Tesla. Target's going to be 453, 453. If we get this, game on for the day. One winning trade, one losing trade so far.
Okay, make or break time. We're seeing some of the sellers cool a bit, but that scares me. Like, are those sellers just waiting to drop a huge tape bomb? Like they did yesterday?
Yep.
Also watching names like BA today. I mean, everything was kind of phased yesterday to an extent, but BA surprisingly decent bounce. And having to be a little bit more patient than normal. Like, you've been hanging on to this NVIDIA position. Yeah, we're up 35 cents. Like, that's not enough for me to be excited. I want to see at least a point, at least. In a perfect world, though, names like NVIDIA kind of at least help prop up the Qs a tiny bit. But small tech for sure, probably getting hammered today. We shorted IWN. That was our first short yesterday. They're going to continue to be impacted, in my opinion. But for a lot of retailers and fund managers, I'm sure that move was bigger than expected for most, and are probably looking to at least recover some of those losses.
Okay, traders, remember 453 now on Tesla. We're just coming up to that 452. Come on. Keep coming. Little pullback. Let's go. Let's go. Darden would be another example of a stock I'm going to be looking at here as it pulls down towards that 180. Come on, Tesla, don't kill us here.
Not really liking this price action on NVIDIA. Every time it tries to push higher, it's finding some sellers. So it needs to make a distinctive move here. Otherwise, I will get out of this position or at least trim it. We'll see. But this 131, definitely holding for now. Seeing some
This is us
stack up.
again now on this huge trade now on Tesla. Watch the 453 here. We got about 40 cents to go. This is going to be a bang-up trade if we get it again. We just went over it here. This could be the start of something big, maybe towards that 455. Watch the 453. Watch the 453 will come out of this trade. Okay, a little pullback. Let's go.
Watch the Qs. SPY now just under the 200, so a little concerning. SPY and Qs
where MU is. Keep an eye on it. Yeah, DRI I think is real super slow right now. One of the stocks on our radar this morning. About a 70 cent spread too. No thank you on DRI. Okay, here's our chance now. 453, 453.
A lot of topping kills. I don't like it. But this could be where the
right
Qs have. Keep an eye on the Qs, guys. 52370. If you are long anything, if we get up that high on the Qs, that's going to be the area where we see a distinctive move to the upside or not. Again, the trend is down. Huge move to the downside yesterday. For those of you who were here, you were able to participate. We made some great trades yesterday. Today, you know, take a little small loss here on NVIDIA. That's fine, but just kind of holding on a little bit longer than normally I'd like to be honest. An argument there is like, oh, could have paid yourself first with 60 cents, but I'm in a full-size position here, and I want to see points, not 60 cents. So we move to the downside a point. I call that a loss. Watching JPM. Good on, Jonathan. Yeah, days like today are tough. You know, because instinctively, like most dips have been bought, but the reality is like we have to put in some kind of footing. After yesterday breaking all these key levels, you know, it's not surprising to see more selling happening, but maybe we see some shorts covering paired with buying. So we get a little bit of a squeeze higher, but I don't know if we're going to rally to the all-time highs again, to be honest. Effectively, that discussion from Jerome Powell yesterday, I think we're expecting roughly about a 2% cut in 25, and that turned into a 0.5% cut in 25. So money's going to be more expensive longer, aka lending is going to be more difficult, aka this is more for like corporations and reverse repos, more so than I'd say regular folks like us trying to get home loans and stuff like that. So overall, getting money is going to be difficult in 25 and into 26, which can prove to be a challenge. So for me, I'm looking at who has the best balance sheets. Companies like Apple, massive cash reserves. Microsoft, massive cash reserves. Nvidia, some. Tesla, cash reserves. And it's no surprise those are part of the Mag 7, but you're going to need companies like that that don't need to borrow money to lend their money to borrow against that money. If that makes sense, because they can name their own terms. So instead of, they might be able to do prime plus a half instead of 7-8% loans because they have the cash. So that's why you're seeing names like Coin. Missed that short, but that's like that was a no-brainer even yesterday. So any name that needs to borrow a ton of money to stay alive, they're gonna be hurt. Now the reason I'm looking at JPM around that 236 level, first of all, it's a big level. Second of all, I think it's going to be harder for banks to be profitable, and there's likely a big wave of charge-offs coming on credit cards because credit card rates are likely going to go up. We covered all that yesterday, but it's worth noting.
Hey, traders, still holding on to the Tesla trade for right now. Do I see another trade? Yeah, I mean, I see DRI possibility here and PLTR. KMX, I'm going to pull this off just because we don't have a lot of volume in it, and possibly NVDA. So let's just stay in the know with Tesla right now.
So there goes JPM. Who was asking about short? Short 236 was probably where I would have been interested. So if you missed it, see if it tries to get back to that VWAP and fail. Guys, Microsoft still looking good here. Trying to hold that 440 level. And look at Apple. We talked about Apple. They have plenty of cash. In fact, I'd argue they probably have the most cash out of every Mag 7 account or company. Not to say that, look at the Qs, look at the SPY. We're aiming lower. So Apple trying to lead the way. Microsoft and Nvidia kind of limping around. Meta definitely toilet. We shorted that one yesterday, actually.
Come on, Tesla. I'm not giving up on you. Second trade of the day. Let's go.
Not looking good for Nvidia right now. Still hanging on barely. Q's now putting a new session low, undercutting that pre-market low. If we don't find footing here soon, time to short everything.
Yeah, let's go. Watch Tesla. It's a very pivotal move right now. Yeah, we're going to take the 444 and be out of this trade. Frank, what you're seeing is what Aggie, this is a Colmex platform here. I trade through Fidelity. So, yep. Frank, I trade through Fidelity as my back end. So I'm here in the States. Come on, Tesla, bounce for us. Really not much here, just starting to go a little sideways here. Q is broken down.
I'm going to give Microsoft a shot here. 440.35. Try it again. And that'll be long. Just in case we bounce. Just in case. Still in the Nvidia trade. Just been watching it. Still red on that trade, so can't add any more to it. But let's see if we get a push over the VWAP on Microsoft. That puts us about 441 to 442. Maybe I'm going to be fighting for 50, 60 cents here and there. Okay, Microsoft, let's go. 442 target. Break even now on NVIDIA. Let's see if we get a launch here on NVIDIA.
Okay, traders, PLTR 7550, PLTR 7550 long. Watch the 7550. Watch Tesla now. PLTR 7550 entry.
Apple on the move. Apple trying to lead the way to the upside. It's breaking out. So now we've got to move on NVIDIA. This needs to get over the 200, which is at 131, to call it 60, which is a previous peak here. Get above that. If we start showing any kind of rejection there, that's a problem for this stock, and I'll be forced to trim. But if we start breaking out above that, that's what I want to see, and then see high of pre-market, which is right at 133. Microsoft, kind of the same thing. I'd love to see a breakout over 443. We may not get it. Right now, markets are kind of limping around here at the lows. Only saving grace right now is Apple is really leading the way to the upside. Amazon trying to make a recovery as well. Here comes Microsoft. Let's see if we get anything in the 442 range. I'll probably take some off here. Here comes NVIDIA. A little game of patience today, folks.
Yep.
Okay, we should see the blow off top here on NVIDIA. We're right at the 200 right now. Microsoft getting above that. Apple breaking out. Again, we talked about it, guys. Like, who needs money? Who needs to borrow money?
Those of you in PLTR 76 is our target here. PLTR 76. Go PLTR. Need Tesla to contribute to here. One winning trade, one losing trade, all in the same stock on Tesla.
Here comes NVIDIA and Microsoft. I'm going to take a little off Microsoft here. Not afraid to pay myself first. 442 is the target, but
look
close.
At NVDA,
right?
hopefully leading the way. Q's nice spike here. Let's go. Long and strong. Let's go.
Okay, here comes NVIDIA. Let's go. Getting close to that 132 print. Let's see if we get there. Anything above 132 and change, I'm going to probably take some off here. Definitely want to see some more follow through though. There we go. 132 and like maybe 132.20, 132.40, something like that. Anybody still with me on either one of these trades? Because now we're banking it here in a moment. There we go, 132.06. That looks nice. Let's see if we get a little bit more. Come on, don't be shy, NVIDIA. Here comes Microsoft. See it push over 442.5. Target there would be ideally 443, but I mean, who knows? Paying myself on the way, on the journey. So we are counter trend. You got to make sure you bank it. Watching NVIDIA here now over 132, getting ready to take a partial. We'll leave some size. Here comes Microsoft in the 442 print. Perfect. And NVIDIA, let's see if we get it here. 132.5 target. If we get over that, we should start breaking out.
76 target on PLTR and 453 on Tesla. Just being patient here this morning. Remember, it's not the number of trades you take, it's the number of profitable trades that you take.
Rejection on the Qs and the SPY at the 200. Let's see if it consolidates and pushes here. Any 132 print on NVIDIA, I will take a chunk off here.
Still in the PLTR trade, still in Tesla.
Okay, going to take a little bit more off of Microsoft as well. You know, can it break out? Sure, but I'm going to bank my profits today. NVIDIA, we're in the green, so I want to see, again, 132.24 was kind of a pre-market sell before the open here. Seeing a little bit of that rejection at 132.06. 132.10 is the top end of that buy zone that we covered. I think is Rocky here today. Let me see. If Rocky's here today, we covered that yesterday, if you recall. So 132.10. If we see that, you know, get above there on NVIDIA, it should break out. But I'm going to take some off anywhere in the 132.5 print or 132.20 area. Looks like we should get it here. Big push. Nice bullish engulfing. This should be the move. Come on. 132 and change. Okay. There we go. Okay. Microsoft. I'm taking a little more off here.
76 target PLTR.
Need to see it scoot over 443, but I'm worried that the Qs and the SPY right now are rejecting the 200 and VWAP kind of converging at the same level here. So if we do get above that, maybe we see the breakout to that 523.70 level. Again, we're paying ourselves on the way up, folks. So days like today, if you're going counter trend, you absolutely need to be mindful of taking partials and watching your stop losses. Coin, I missed that short. That was probably my number one candidate short this morning. And I just didn't have the courage to short it under that 290 print. But oh well. Would have been a great short, 7 points. So if any of you did that, congrats. Yeah, Chris, it's no surprise though on a day like today. Like yesterday, I mean, we dropped nearly 4%. You know, being mindful that we talked about this, I don't know, a month and a half ago or so. You typically see 5 to 6, 2% down days a year in markets. I don't mean stocks, I mean actual, you know, indices, specifically SPY and or Qs. And we've seen, I think, like 3 or maybe 4. So I don't want to say it was due, but it, you know, based on empirical data, that another 2% pullback was likely going to happen. And so to see 4% in a day, and I was thinking we'd see a 5 to 6% drop to kind of accommodate for that. And the fact that we did it in a day is pretty alarming. I mean, I thought we'd get that maybe by the end of the year, and we did it in a day. So undoubtedly, yes, there'll be chop, but today is really about levels. I mean, we'll use Meta as an example. Yesterday I was shorting it at 620. Target was 612. We got there, and it dropped all the way to 598, I think. But 600 is a big level psychologically for Meta. You notice today, 599 change printed twice, kind of double bottom. So, but what I'm watching more than anything is the Qs and the SPY, because both of them hovering around this VWAP, which coincidentally coincides with the 200 EMA. So that's a big level of rejection. Like if there were bears participating yesterday, which there were, right? There were bulls getting out of positions, taking profits, and then there were bears piling on top to enjoy the ride. And for the bears to keep control of this market, can you continue lower? They need to keep it below that 200. So I'm kind of surprised bulls aren't trying to push at least to a 50% retracement. We saw it kind of happen pre-market, kind of. You know, we dropped down to 512.08, I think, at the low yesterday on the Qs, and we bounced up to 521.76. But 50% of that return or retrace would be at 523.70 ish. So for technical purposes, you kind of want to see at least that bounce to see like, hey, is this still a somewhat balanced market, or are we literally just going to continue lower? So worth noting, this is why we paid ourselves on Microsoft, we paid ourselves on NVIDIA. And I still have a sizable position on NVIDIA left, but I banked some profit on both Microsoft and NVIDIA, and it's kind of painful. It's only a couple points, you know. But on a day like today, going counter trend, realistically, shorting is probably the most.
PLTR 74 will be my stop loss. Tesla getting ugly now too. Watch the Qs. We pulled back. Let's see if we follow through here to the downside. Do we follow through? Is this a downside move here? I've got two trades on PLTR and Tesla. Would turn my day red if they both fail to the downside.
All right, we're seeing Apple pull back now. I think markets are going to try for a leg lower here. So let's find some shorts.
$74 on PLTR, 442 on Tesla, and I'll be out. Q's just stopped. Same exact area as before. Let's see if we bounce again.
Hey, Michael. Aloha in Hawaii for sure. Okay, bulls are trying to fight this. Let's see what the bears do. So again, we took partials in NVIDIA. We took partials in Microsoft. Taking it easy on the sizing. You know, NVIDIA kind of an exception. I thought for sure we'd get a push, maybe that 133 area. So we still have some size, but we took, nice profit on that trade. At the end of the day, when you're counter trending like this, people have been so accustomed to buying the dip. I want to short this dip, to be honest. In fact, Tesla's probably up there as a top contender as well. Coin was my number one contender, and I missed it, unfortunately. JPM 236 was kind of the area I was watching for a potential short. We saw a big push this morning, though. So, maybe missed out on that. I'm also watching MA, that's MasterCard. It's consolidating at this 526 level. Could be interesting. I will say this much. If the Qs break the close, even by a penny, expect a bigger sell-off.
Yeah. And here we go. I'm out of Tesla with a loss, and I've just turned my day red. Wow. Gave it all back, DVG. Gave it all back.
Sorry to hear that.
That's terrible. That stinks. See if the Qs hold up here. I'm looking at KMX. That's doing nothing. NVDA pulled back, LEN sideways. We're in the right stocks. Q's breaking down. DVG 100% right now. There goes Tesla.
Yeah, 44250 was a level on Tesla. The next level below that is 42645. So yeah, it's about points or so. So I would suggest, if you're thinking about going long Tesla, you're at the close now. Maybe a nibble if you want to go counter trend. That said, it's got 15 points more to the downside, 13 points. Right now, Qs are printing new lows of the session. Still above the close, barely. And you run the risk of 515.58, 514.92, and 514.33, all levels below on the Q. Not to mention yesterday's close, or low, I should say, 512.08. So this is like, want to be patient on, let's say, going counter trend long. You want to find the footing. You don't want to find the bottom. You just want to find the footing. Like I'll even use NVIDIA as an example. 130 now is becoming the footing. 131 was the footing for a while. We still have some of this position left, but the good news is we paid ourselves. So I don't mind holding on to the runners a little bit longer, even though they're slightly red. It's snapping around quite a bit. Now, if it starts breaking this low of session, yeah, I'm going to be out of this trade for sure. But I'm looking around. Microsoft's still holding up pretty nicely. Meta's trying here at this VWAP. So when I see Meta, Apple, Microsoft all kind of holding up, that gives me some hope in this Mag 7 names. And here's Tesla right here, 441 probably. Decent entry, but I'm not going to take it. NVIDIA, I'm going to probably dump this thing here in a moment. Again, still a profitable trade. Just, we gave some back. Get back $160 right now. Let's see what that looks like.
Now a little bounce back. You can see Q's at the low of the day. That's the suspicious thing right now.
Yeah, full body too on that candle. So worth noting, we're 30 cents away from the close now on the Qs. So do we find a little bit of a bounce off of that? Probably. But I don't know how, if it's going to be short lived or if we're going to follow through. So this is where, like, if you were being patient to see, like, hey, where do I want to go long something? Like right now, I'm going to dump the rest of my NVIDIA here in a second. Just watching what the Qs do here at the close. I don't know if that's a, fake out the breakout or if it's an actual legitimate breakdown. So I'm just going to wait a little bit longer, not much longer on NVIDIA. I'm just watching the level 2 giving back, $180. But in the off chance that we do decide to bounce here, where the Qs are at the close, maybe I, get out of the way at my entry. I don't know. We'll see. And if you look at coin literally made it to its close and now is finding some buyers. So I don't know to believe that or not, but for those of you bullish on coin, there's your, minimal risk type trade. Getting around the close, risk the downside. I would still wait though. Some pretty heavy selling. Part of the reason too, sizing matters, right? NVIDIA is the one exception. We went, doubled up when we got into our entry, but I paid myself, 80% of that trade. Yeah, we're giving some money back, but counter trend off a bounce like this can be very risky. Whereas identifying, 132.10, we knew was kind of an area of importance for NVIDIA to short it. So now that we broke 130, I'm going to dump this on NVIDIA right now. Meanwhile, BA looks kind of nice. Glad we got out of the way of NVIDIA. Again, this on NVIDIA, for example, that could be an undercut and then it takes off. Who knows? But I gave back enough on that trade. Again, Tesla, if you guys are watching that close, same as coin, you're going to find interested parties buying it, right? How high does it bounce? I don't know. But rule number 1 is in full momentum today. Whether you're long or short, we're going to see a lot of choppiness today.
Michael, you take care of yourself. Aloha. Enjoy. Look at DRI just set there going sideways. Q's at the low of the day. Market's still up about 38 points. Dow's up 100, 112.
JPM 232.50 is kind of a big level for JPM on the downside.
Still not taking a chance on Tesla here.
So be careful on JPM. You might find buyers in that area.
I'll be right back.
I'm going to try a small position here on coin. 282. We're in. Risk about a 1.5. Small size. So if we get the direction, amazing. Target would be like 286 maybe. 285. It's a big mover, kind of spready. So hopefully we get that pushed. Maybe to view up 287.5, but I'm going to be paying myself on the way up. Found some footing near that close. Let's see if we get a little bit of a dead cat bounce. Small size, so don't really mind. All right, let's go, coin. Now's your time. Very risky to pick this one up off the bottom. So if it breaks under that close, I'll dump it.
I don't see anything here I love, really.
Yep, sideways to down.
Wow. Nothing I see right now. Let me see, Kev, on Microsoft.
Yep, same with Apple. Apple's holding up nicely. Apple, Microsoft, Meta kind of chopping around that VWAP. NVIDIA actually might do it this time. Coin gets over 282, I'll add a little more. Okay, we'll try. Add a little more to coin here. And looking for about 286, 285. Put myself in that area. Q's looking like they're trying to bounce again. So let's see what coin does here. Well, look at that. NVIDIA did the undercut, took me out. I'm going to get to journal that one. Coin looking good. I'll probably take a partial any in the 284 print. Should get it here.
The only thing I do here is
way.
PXR 75.
284 zone. Now we literally got 2,000 shares right at 284. So if we get that move, anything above 284, I'm going to take some off here. Guys, look at BA. I was talking about that earlier. Looked good. Missed that trade though. Look at that. I was talking about, it was at 174.76. That's when I was talking about it, and bam, took off 2 points. So I don't know if anybody took that trade, but kind of looking more broadly, like where's money going to go to? I think it's going to be in, the big winners in large cap tech. We saw that pullback yesterday, but I think NVIDIA is going to be a winner, especially in the AI space. Microsoft, Apple, all of them have great balance sheets. Tesla is a decent balance sheet. The trouble is, it's moved up $270 in the last month or two. So will it grow into this valuation? I have no idea. Coin should pop here. Get those The sellers moved from 284 down to 283.60. So they're trying to block that move above 284 now on coin. That said, if it gets taken out, we should see 286, 285, something like that. That'll be right around the time I just get out of the way. Take 80% off. Leave some runners. Tighten up the stop. You know the rules, guys. You know the rules.
Yeah, I'll wait for it because I need to here, and that's that's being patient with the trade. I'm not going to jump in because to me direction is not spot on right now. We're starting to move up and down a little bit.
All right, coin. Now or never. I might have to trim up this position because, to Scott's point, I don't like how definitively choppy it is. You know what I mean? We still have some runners on Microsoft. That's just kind of doing its thing. So I'll leave those. And then coin, if we get the push over 284, I'll take some off here.
Yeah, I mean, I think this bounce, you're going to have a bounce here, and it's not going to be good enough here to take the long. Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if we turn red today again.
So for those of you using the, excuse me, 200 EMA, pull up any chart. Look at it 1 minute, okay? Look at NVIDIA. Look at Microsoft. Look at Meta. And look what it's doing at that level. Now, NVIDIA's got a shot. It's tried to breach it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. Meta has just been bouncing all around it all day. But if we get the big names, NVIDIA, Microsoft, Meta, Apple, all above the 200 EMA, we have a shot moving higher, but the Qs need to do the same. The SPY needs to do the same. Look at 200 on those charts. They coincide right now with the VWAP. I wouldn't call it a coincidence. It's literally just technical analysis. So algos are waiting in that level to make a decision, buy or sell. I've got some of these coin shares for sale right now at 283.90. We get there, they'll automatically get taken. And fighting for points today, guys. That's what it feels like.
BA.
And when it's choppy like this, sometimes the best thing to do is step away or take a trade, smaller size, minimum risk. So you might have to give yourself, let's just say, you buy 20 shares or something. You're used to buying 100 shares. We just got partial out of coin. Awesome. But I don't want to say set it and forget it, but that's mentally could be a way to go about today. It's just put your trades out there and see what happens. A little bit, smaller size. But if directionally you're like, hey, I think we're going to bounce, like I said, I think the healthy thing for the Qs to do is bounce to 52370. Trouble with that is people are going to confuse that with a breakout, and the reality is that's a 50% retrace of the move that we had over yesterday, which still means we're in a downtrend. Guys, I'm going to take a little bit more off of our Microsoft trade. It's a beautiful trade. 442 print. I'll take it. Leave the rest to go.
Does DRI break out? I don't know. I'm not convinced that we're going higher here, really.
Even if we did, it'd be for short term. And that could change, right? So we have some news coming out in 9 minutes, but I don't think that's really going to be a big mover. We do have the 8 and 4 week bill auction at 11:30. That could change things. So I don't know if you guys are watching. So as Jerome Powell was talking, right, about, yeah, we're cutting rates, but basically we're higher for longer into 26. On top of that, look at the bond markets and what they were doing. So I think what people were hoping to see yesterday, equities move higher, bonds move lower. The opposite happened. Actually, I'd say it was a double whammy. You had bond markets higher, equities lower. And I hate to use the term, but what that kind of translates to is kind of like a stagflation, sort of. And you would think, even though Jerome Powell was saying like, hey, we avoided a recession, like, oh, that sounds great. But our labor markets continue to cool. Wait a minute, what? So there's like a lot of things that he was saying that, like, literally, if you pick apart the verbiage, it's concerning. That said, this is the time to start looking to other sectors. We talked about BA, for example. I think tech's going to try to find a way to find some footing. Where that level is, market charts, keep an eye on those things. When you see names like coins selling off as drastic, or even MSTR, for those of you guys trading those names, it's not a surprise because it's risk off. So the question now becomes, like, where is the footing on, let's say, NVIDIA? NVIDIA 130, I think, is kind of where it really wanted to be. So if it bounces around 130 to, let's say, 140, yeah, that's a 10-point range, but maybe that becomes a new trading range for NVIDIA for a while. Again, these are just opinions, cue the disclaimer, but this is like, add every tool you possibly can to your arsenal to make better decisions when you're trading. I think Tesla's got a shot to 426 today, down. In fact, that may be my move here. So Rocky, oftentimes,
Watch the
so
TLTR trade, 75. 75 going to be my entry.
So for me, a lot of times I'll use market orders to exit positions, unless let's say I'm using options and stuff like that. Like, yeah, you can use market orders and stuff too, but um, especially when you have something that's kind of spready. So like say, for example, with Coinbase, I put my sell order at 283.90 in case we popped higher, and we did, and I got filled, and then, hey, great, orders came in. Knowing that where my stop loss would be is a little bit lower, but oftentimes if let's say I'm in a position and I know I'm going to take partials, right, which I normally do, I use market orders for that. So if I'm off by, 11 cents, like I'm not going to worry too much about it. We talk about horseshoes and hand grenades, the only thing that, if you're close, it's good enough. Like if your target, let's say on NVIDIA right now would be like 132 as an example, and you fill at 132.86, like that's still pretty good, you know. But oftentimes for exits, I'll use market orders for that, just for the sake of clicking and getting out, filling your position, and moving out of the way. Guys,
And
EA.
DVG, and for the rest of the team, it hasn't always been like that, right? I mean, growing up in this in trading, it's always limit order, limit order, limit order, because you can take advantage of the spread and try to work your order in to the bid and the ask. In today's markets, I will tell you that the brokers have gotten so good that market orders are so quick, so efficient. And I know with a lot of the U.S. brokers, they're in there and their bots are just getting the best fill possible. At least that's what they tell you. And now it seems like market orders have taken over trading, in my opinion. If anybody has anything else to add, I'm open ears to that.
Yeah, definitely, Rocky. Yeah, want to take partials, you do change, size. So let's just use a round number. Let's say you're in 100 shares, right? Typically, I'll put in a stop where I want it to be, and oftentimes I'll even like visually look at it. So like, you could have a hard stop. So you guys have heard me say I have a hard stop at this level, right? Like the only reason, even in video, I was like, hey, if it prints a new low of day, I want to see how it behaves, but I'll probably be out. And it dropped, tagged the low of session, went and tried it again. I'm like, okay, you tried it twice, I'll get out of the way. It went down maybe another 30 cents and turned around, and now it's back up to 131 and a half. So sometimes, having that hard stop is great, but also being able to visualize like, okay, this is where I'm planning on getting out, period. Period. And again, same thing. If you just use a market order to get out, that's part of, we talked about that yesterday, Rocky, like building the psychology of a trader. Like you have to be able to be okay with losing. In fact, the best traders are the biggest losers, if you think about it that way. And I say that not as a disrespectful thing, but as a compliment in the sense that they know, hey, look, like I got in this trade. This is what I was hoping would move. It didn't happen. I get out of the way, find my next trade. And then it go,
Very
get
hard
into
to do,
sizing.
right?
It's very hard to do, absolutely. But sizing is a big thing. I know a lot of traders who come in, let's say mentored a few of them, and what I find is a lot of times the trouble they're having is, let's say if you're used to trading 100 shares and you step that up to 200, 300, 500,000 shares, you start making bigger mistakes because you're afraid of the number and you're not adhering to this, like what made you successful with 50 or 100 shares. You're not applying the same rules to how you're trading larger size, and so that therefore can really mess up your account. And at the end of the day, part of this business, trade management, huge, huge, huge. Rocky, did you find us on YouTube? I had to hear about us. Awesome. Yeah. So give us a heads up when you decide to join. Sure, everybody would give you the welcome party. Got a great community here, so looking forward to joining us. Scott Rocky just he was on yesterday. We were chatting a bit, but join us from YouTube on a free trial. Sounds like he'll be signing up, so we're looking forward to having him on as a member.
Yep. And listen, traders, we want to build this community. Those of you that are now in this PLTR trade, we're looking for great traders that contribute. We're not looking for just any trader to be part of what we do here. A lot of the traders here have great stories. From rags to riches, from studying and to being a trial member to now joining the room. So again, it's going to be a great group. We're real proud of what we're doing. It's been a slow process, but it's going to do nothing but get better.
Ken asking question. We'll go over one day the trading view setup you like? Question mark. Not sure I follow, Ken. Are you saying will I go over my setup on charts? Is that the question? I don't like this move, guys, on the cues. I think I might short Tesla here. Really, really considering it. I'll dump. We got paid on coin, guys. That's good news. And then we got paid on Microsoft as it was going up. So good news is we got little runners left, and if we start breaking lower on either one of those positions, I'll dump them. Sorry, go ahead, Scott.
Yep, no problem. Traders, as we run in the room here and we talk about family first and what we're all about here for next week. We did mention this yesterday, but I want to be transparent and open to everybody. We're going to be open and trading on Monday. Okay, open and trading on Monday. The room will be closed Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So if you're in the room looking for for some guidance, you're not going to find it Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. That's family time. That's to kind of recharge, spend time with the family, celebrate the birth of Christ here in the United States and wherever you are in the world. And then we'll be back I'll be back Friday. DVG is going to be gone Friday. DVG will be back Monday, but I'll take over the room on Friday. That's the 27th. And then then the following week we'll discuss. I think I'm going to be off on, we have half day New Year's Eve, all day off on the Wednesday. I think I'm going to be gone on the 2nd. So we'll talk more about that, but I want to give everybody a heads up for next week as we run into the Christmas holiday here. And we don't have too many days left. We just have tomorrow and Monday for these markets to kind of take care of that loss that we just, that catastrophic loss that we had yesterday. So.
Yeah, it'll be a light next couple of weeks for me. I'm off tomorrow as well, y'all, so I won't be here tomorrow. Got a friend getting married. Pretty excited for him. And then the following Friday, I'll also be gone. So I think Ken, Rocky, Ken, have you been here a while? Are you new here as well? You're new but old. Okay. Right on. So we have a recording. You could reach out to Clifton. It is for members only, and it kind of goes over my setup in TradingView. So if that's of interest, reach out to Clifton. Thanks, Clifton, for posting that. I just shoot him an email. Be sure, again, that is for members only. We're trying to, you know, we'll be building more content like that as well. I talked about it. 25, I think, is going to be a big year for Scott and I. We're going to definitely get some bumps and bruises from trying new stuff, new videos, new this, new that. And so your feedback is welcome, especially for those of you who've been with us a long time. We're trying to stay true to, bringing value to the community. Guys, Tesla here. Fundamentally though, look, I'm not a videographer. I won't claim to be, but I'll tell you what, my goal for 25 is to get a lot better at it because we've had quite a bit of demand to create more content. I know there's a lot of, we'll call them influencers, I suppose. But the trouble is, guys, at the end of the day, all things created equal, time is money. We want to make sure that we're spending that time effectively to grow the channel, grow the business, and be able to give back. So I know Vincent's been asking me to get him a new iPhone and our iPad for a while now. Right on, Ken, Rocky. Yep. All right, Qs and the SPY breaking a little bit lower. So we've got a tiny bit of runners left on Microsoft. We did get stopped out on our coin trade, which is fine. We got paid on it. I don't mind that at all. And Tesla, I was chatting and I missed my short, I think. I'm not going to give Microsoft a whole heck of a lot more from our entry at 440.35. Qs now, session lows. Again, Tesla's got room to 426.45 now. Does it find some choppiness on the way down? Probably, but that's a level I see as a big one for Tesla. And actually, if you look at yesterday, that we almost tagged it right on the dot, almost. 427.01, off by 50 cents. The importance of levels, folks. Look at JPM real quick.
Yeah, PLTR. Hey, I'm red for the day. I'm getting redder here, so I might as well put an end to it coming up.
Yeah, for me, it's slight green day. Frankly, from the partials. So even some of the money we gave back, it was definitely not enough to go red for me today. But it's not a, yesterday was a monster day for me, Scott. I don't know. I know when we were trading that Jerome Powell session, I actually took some put options on the Qs and the SPY as I do, just like as a hedge. And those things, I mean, they printed big time. I couldn't believe, guys, I think we're aiming lower here. So keep an eye out for shorts. I'm going to dump the rest of Microsoft here in a moment. Anything under 440. So we can get back, I don't know, 40 cents. It's not a big deal. Be very cautious now trying to go long anything. You would need some validation on a level. It can happen, but this is where it gets tricky. Meta trying to hold this foundation at, call it 605 to 600. Coin was trying to hold 280. Now that level's no longer valid for the time being. It's Goldman Sachs doing. Amazon holding the VWAP. Just kind of dancing right there.
Market right now holding on to a green day. Probably will now, but I'm going to have to head out. I've got to take off today, and I will see everybody tomorrow. DVG, enjoy your weekend, my friend. I'll see you back on Monday. Traders, exit stage left now, and I will see. It's going to be a red day for me, my first red day of the week. 3 winning days, 1 red day today. It's a pretty good sizable red day. I got to be honest. Didn't have it today. Market faked me out a little bit. Tesla at new lows. PLTR, I'm out of that trade too with another loss. So I'll quit while I'm behind, so to speak, and then I'll see everybody tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us today. God bless you all. Godspeed. We'll see you tomorrow. DVG, thank you as usual. Clifton and the rest of the team. Rocky, take care. Everyone else, God bless you all.
Thanks, Scott. Days like today aren't easy, that's for sure. We all know trend was down, but a dead cat bounce, highly likely. Be mindful of interest rate sensitive names. That's what I will say warn you with, because it's here. So I actually just pulled up Carvana as an example. Take a look at that stock. I would argue that's pretty interest rate sensitive. Banks, credit cards, Tesla, again, I think while that stock has had an incredible push to the upside, there is always a concern. Where's the squeeze? But as we're breaking certain levels, 45625 was a level, 44250 was a level. Now the next level is 42645. So, give or take, call it 427, whatever you want to call it, give or take 50 cents. But Microsoft 440 is a level. You start breaking these key levels, naturally markets will continue to move lower. That said, Amazon's trying to hang on, Meta's trying to hang on. So either they find some footing and bounce, or a decision is made to continue to move lower. But interest rates are going to be an issue for the next 2 years. Everybody was very optimistic that basically next year we would have the level of rate cuts. It would help, markets more broadly, but we saw what happened. So with that, definitely keep a shopping list of names. This will probably be a good time to start, finding deals. I talked about BA as an example. Be looking to even alternative industries that might be getting hammered a little bit. Names like in the oil space. Now, I'm not saying go, max leverage on these things, but create a shopping list of stocks you would want to own that you have, an interest in, we'll say, and then, whether it's building a portfolio. Do the disclaimers, not financial advice. Do what you want. It's your money. Risk it. You lose it. It's your fault. But anyways, look, this could be a great opportunity. Do I think Tesla is overvalued right now? Yes. I think Tesla's an amazing company as far as what they're doing. Yes, they've got everybody beat in many ways. NVIDIA, I think, is a great company, run extremely well. I don't think they're really going anywhere anytime soon. So, Apple, you guys know how I feel about Apple. While it's a good stock and all that, it's still, what's the next big innovation that they come up with? Rocky, you're taking off right on. And to be honest with you, I'm tempted to hit NVIDIA again right here. I might actually. That said, 11:30. Let's see what the bill auction looks like. So if you guys look at your heat maps, you'll notice the two sectors we always talk about that you want to see propped up for markets to still be, I'd say, healthy / bullish. After yesterday's move, obviously kind of difficult to see anything as bullish right now, but take a look at what you see. Financial services and technology leading the way. How about that? So I know I'm trying to stick around a little bit longer than I normally do today. We did that yesterday too in the live call with Jerome Powell, but I won't be here tomorrow. And I think Bank of Japan is going to have something to do with tomorrow. I think one to watch also will be Google. I don't think Waymo's public. I think they spun off. So Tesla, Waymo, problem. Uber. Waymo used to be part of Google. And they sold off, spun off, whatever you want to call it. Kind of became their own business. And they've had pretty decent success with actual autonomous vehicles. They started, I think, in Phoenix, if I'm not mistaken. I want to say it was Phoenix, Scottsdale, somewhere in Arizona. That went well. Apparently, they did pretty well in other metropolitan areas, and now they're trying to go into Tokyo. So could be interesting to watch, say, Uber, Tesla, etc. That becomes competitive for Tesla. The biggest advantage Tesla has right now is they can make more cars than anybody using their autonomous vehicle, etc. If you remember during their last big conference, there was some apprehension around, everyone thought, oh, hey, if I turn something on in my Model 3 or my Model S or my Model Y, now while I sleep, it could go into taxi mode and give people rides. Well, that's the ambition. That's the upshot, the moonshot, but sounds like that wasn't going to be the case just yet. That kind of hurt them a little bit. But the fact that, that's even part of a topic of discussion for Tesla, like that's pretty incredible, right? I mean, Ford's not talking about that. GM's not talking about it. Guys, look at NVIDIA. I missed that. Okay, here come the bulls. Again, watch Qs to 52370. Okay, 52370. 13210. I think Rocky already left, but if you guys remember, we marked that up on the charts yesterday. If you were here in the afternoon session, What are you guys looking at the moment? Help me help you. Guys, mRNA, I'm so tempted to just, I don't know, maybe buy 1,000 shares and just hold it for like 2 weeks. You know, the trouble with anything in that space, it's going to be really hard for them to raise money. And that's the biggest trouble Moderna has. That said, yesterday we got news that whatever the H1N5 whatever bird flu first case was here in Louisiana. And then California issued a state of emergency. That's kind of a big deal. So who's going to benefit from that? Now again, these are the type of moves that, you know, it could totally work against you, right? But in the off chance that it works in favor, it could be extremely beneficial. So I'm actually going to look at that now that I'm talking about it. Let's look at January 10th, maybe. Let's see. 38. Even those are kind of expensive. What to do? Guys, look at NVIDIA. Talk about stinging a little bit. When I journal today, it took me out by 30 cents. I missed the bottom by 30 cents. Oh, well. You know, I'm looking at these Moderna options. They're kind of expensive. And I could buy 100 shares of this thing. It cost me $380. Or I could buy 10 contracts with a $50 strike 4 weeks out. That's $500. Guys, big move on NVIDIA now. Hopefully some of you took that. Meta now on the move. Microsoft on the move. Game of patience today, y'all. Game of patience. I won't touch Tesla today. Not at all. Just thinking snap around 10 points, and if you're in the wrong side of that trade, you're hosed. And target on NVIDIA originally was 134.50. Maybe it doesn't, maybe it doesn't, but I think that makes a lot of sense. Did anybody take BA earlier? I saw someone post about that. I think. Let me see. Who was that? Just going back in the notes. I think Spotify. No, not touching that either. No, not that either. Okay. Shopping list, AMD maybe, 121 bucks. It's pretty cheap. I remember when AMD was like, I think it was like 80 bucks for a long time. It was down there. Let me see. Is either that or it was MU maybe? No, it was AMD. They're down at like 60 bucks. MU for sure. Yeah, I remember that one. It was 60 bucks. It was at like $60 for a really long time, 60, 70 bucks. They reported. That's such good news. So we'll actually use MU as an example. If you look at that even pre-market, guys, right now, Qs, SPY turning up, getting above the 200, NVIDIA on its way to the moon. Not really the moon, but nice breakout. So keep an eye on MU as well. So they reported, if you look left into those earnings, the bottom was right around this 86, 87, I'll call it $87, $86.95, $87 in the pre-market. We're there now. Just as soon as we got above it, gained about 70 cents. Now keep in mind, it's also dropped from 109 to $86. So 15.5% drop. So if you want that on a shopping list, maybe. Again, this sentiment could change tomorrow, tonight, in an hour. But again, I do think, look, AI, chips, etc., they're not going anywhere. Hyperscalers, not really going anywhere. So Google, Microsoft, and they have cash. They have money. Like they're not gonna, if anything, I think there's gonna be even more concentration in some of these names after this news. Amazon, another example. Majority of their, I know we all love and know Amazon as our, next day, same day delivery friends. But the reality is, like, they make most of their money off of data centers. Speaking of, there goes Microsoft. Good news, we have some runners left. I may actually add to some of these positions here. BA now taking off. What else are you guys looking at? If you are deciding to get long anything right now, keep an eye on the Qs. Up to 523.70 is where you're probably going to see some serious pushback. If we get that high, I don't know if we will. But if bulls decide to take over, risk of a potential government shutdown if debt ceiling isn't removed. Okay. For the longest time, there's a lot of money sitting on Microsoft at 447. Big, big, big level, 447. We snapped that yesterday like it was, whoever that was decided, okay, I'm out, and you think did, right? But seeing this bounce pre-market up to about that 443, now you know where your breakout is. So if we get over 443, we run into the 200 EMA around 443.35, and we'll see where the Qs end up in and around that point. But I'll probably be either exiting that position or adding to that position, depending if we actually push higher and we see Qs gain some strength. Yeah, possibly, Lee. Yeah, exactly. If you're going to do it, watch this VWAP. So right here, keep in mind, it's down 16% on MU. Their forward guidance was not good. And they missed 5.4 million on their revenue target. Now, reporting right after yesterday's collapse didn't help the stock. Do I think that's an overcorrection for a $5 million miss? Yes. But then again, like we saw the sell yesterday or sell off, like just more broadly, that's not a mistake. That's people saying we don't like this data, and it's time to reposition. Pair that with seasonality, pair that with time of year, pair that with window dressing in the new year, plus tax loss harvesting. A lot of things moving against a sensible move, I'd say. But this is the time now you're seeing people like, they're pulling out their shopping list. Do I want more NVIDIA into the next 2 years? Yeah. Why? Because their revenue beats every single time they report. Every single time, 100% of the time. I think maybe in the last 3 or 4 years they missed twice. I can pull it up, but I mean, and they've met their valuation. So if you look at the revenue and you look at the valuation, I've been saying it for a while now. Nvidia is cheap under 130. It's cheaper than it was, a year ago because they didn't make the revenue that they have now. So MU, it is a bit of a risk, slower mover as well. So keep in mind of where your risk profile is, Lee, on that. Like, what are you willing to risk? Like the fact that it's holding the VWAP right now. Keep your stops tight. Cue the disclaimer. It's your money. Do what you want with it. But that would be my take. Yeah, I think Nvidia is not going to stop till 134.5 at least. BA, gosh, what a miss! What a miss that was, huh? Talked about that one all morning, and bam, it hit. Coin, try to defend that 280 level, guys. I think if it retests at 280 and snaps, down we go on coin. But so good luck. Good luck, Lee, on mute. Yeah, I mean, so let's see. I would, if you're gonna do it, I'd target $89. It's kind of the pay yourself moment. And your risk is right now probably what, if you were to get in, call it right here at 87.45. Your risk would be just under 86. So what is that, 86.60 maybe? Something like that. 2 to 1. Get a point and a half, risk 60, 70 cents. Your call. Let's see. What else? What else? Amazon consolidating at that VWAP for the longest time, all day today. Finally moved higher. Google, let's see what that's looking like. AMD, what's that looking like? Okay, watch the VWAP on AMD, see what it does there. SMCI, I don't know what to do with that thing. Let's look at China stocks real quick. PDD down, BABA down. That's going to be an interesting one to watch, I should say, over the weekend. So because I won't be here tomorrow. Look, a lot of countries, their central banks are announcing what the heck they're doing with rates as well. So for those of you guys who trade Forex or watch Forex pairs, be on the lookout. This week is the big week for that. Do we see strengthening in the dollar, or do we see weakness in the dollar, and paired with what other countries are doing, or central banks around rates, could be a catalyst to a deeper cut in markets, or conversely, give U.S. markets a green light to continue to push higher. All things to consider, all things to be aware of. Yeah, Tesla today is like, unfortunately, with its behavior today, is like, I don't want to call it a blackjack hand, but kind of like roulette. Red or black, pick one, you know? Anyhow. I really want to short Tesla, but obviously even looking at options, they're just so expensive. Super expensive. 1 day expiration, aka tomorrow, and 10 points away from target. They're $4, $400. What? Give you guys some perspective when I talk about options. I think, Paul, are you still here? Is he here? Yeah, Paul. So, Paul, here's a fun one for you, because I know you like the option stuff. So, just for giggles, what's it at? 435. Let me pull up Tesla real quick. Pull up Tesla's options chain. Okay. And that's for tomorrow, December 20th. I don't know, Paul, are you with me when I'm talking about this, or am I just talking to myself? If you missed your entry on NVIDIA, I'd say you're still safe. You can hit it here. And then Microsoft, if we get over 443, I'll add my little runners. I'm not going to add a full share size or anything, but I'll add a little bit. Paul, you out there? Hello, hello? Or does anybody care about options? No, I'll just move on. I'm going to add to Microsoft here a little bit. Tiny bit, tiny bit. Go, baby, go. 443. Target there would be 445. Watching the cues. We should get a push now to 52370. Seems like it's a long shot, but guys, that's the 50% retracement of the downside move that we saw yesterday. Meanwhile, NVIDIA, I think I'm going to go for it. Why not? Okay, there's the push over 443 on Microsoft. Yay. So, okay, in on NVIDIA, doing my quarter size. Target's 13450. So be a quick, 80 cents or so. Or a partial. Well, don't slow down now, Microsoft. Push that 443. Let's go. Okay, getting ready to take a partial here on NVIDIA. Quick 80 cents or so. Okay, there is the 134 print. Gotta love it. Let's get 134.30. Well, I was trying to make an example on the option stuff earlier. To compare Microsoft's options chain to Tesla's options chain. So a call option for Microsoft right now, 445 strike, which is, call it 2.5 points away. Okay. $1.76, $1.75, call it. Okay. Tesla, for a same call option in that price range for $1.75, you'd have to get a call option at $462.50, $25 away. So when you look at stuff like that, and you're trying to understand options and premiums and all this other fun stuff, that'll tell you how much of that is premium. It's about $5 of that is premium. So someone's to sell that call option, you're gonna make $500. versus buying it. So if you're new to options or want to learn options, my first recommendation is learn how to collect premium. Learn how to collect premium. You do that and you become good at that, then you can start, getting into spreads and doing all the other fun stuff, which again, we're not here to always talk options. I use them as hedges. That's how they're supposed to be used, but there's a lot of people that use them, spreads, etc., butterflies. So I'll be doing that a lot more in 25, just to kind of add to my trading skills, we'll say. But guys, Tesla looks phenomenal for a short. It really does. I can't work up the gumption to do it, only because it's one of the biggest trap stocks out there. Like, someone could just be waiting, like, oh, hey, look, there's 10,000 more shares that I could just run up $5 and stop everybody out, and then I'll sell into it. So like I want to short it. I've been wanting to short it, but I just can't. Wimping out. So Microsoft should have broke out over 443, now consolidating in the 442 and change. I may dump this whole position in a moment. We did add small size. Come on, bulls, don't give up just yet. All right, what are y'all watching? Anybody? There goes Tesla. Yeah, Ed, I do. Yeah. I think Tesla to the downside is the right trade. I can't take it. But yeah, it looks like that 442 rejection. That was the one. Then basically under the close, it's tried the close, failed again. Now it's moving down. And the trouble is, like, if you see a bounce in the Qs, a bounce in the SPY, and then you see Tesla get over that close, yeah, it's probably going to take off. That's why I can't short it. It's a perfect trap. And we know that traps have been being leveraged big time as of late. So that's why I get nervous on especially a name like Tesla. Maybe, yeah. Yeah. My whole thing is like, so to your point, so the fact you're waiting for it to get higher, I would say maybe even target the close. And fail there. But you run the risk if you get there, now you're going to attract the attention of the bulls at the close. So the big question then becomes like, well, how much risk are you willing to take on that? A point, 2 points, 3 points, 5 points? It's a big mover. So I still think the appropriate level is 42645 is the next level to retest on Tesla. So that's what, 10 points? I might miss out on that, but again, I have a winning day in front of me right now. I'm not disappointed in that. It's just not a huge winning day. We had our huge winning day yesterday, so I'm not disappointed or upset. I just don't want to take unnecessary risk right now. Where, again, Tesla and Coin were my top two short picks, and I felt bad. I know Scott was trying to go long Tesla, so I'm like, well, I don't really want to go against our buddy Scott, so I left that one alone. And then when I watched Coin break 290, I'm like, oh, this looks good. This looks good. And it started to bounce a little bit, and I'm like, well, maybe not. And then I started looking at other, NVIDIA and a couple other names, but Coin was definitely my favorite pick to the downside. And then JPM around that 236 was a level I was watching. I forget who was talking about it, 235, but 236 was a big level. Once we broke below that, I mean, we haven't looked back. I mean, it's trying to consolidate, but not loving that Microsoft slowed down here. We got the push over 443 that should have been a breakout. We talked about traps. That's a perfect example. Over 443, that thing should have taken off. And I don't mean like to 447 per se, but at least to, 444 or close, 443.90 maybe. We got over 443, 443.18, and then it just bloop. So we'll see what the Qs do here. It's at the 200. Same with the SPY. They're holding just above it right now. I think bulls know what they need to do. The question is, do they want to? Do they want to? NVIDIA moving nicely. Apple moving nicely. All above the 200. All of them. I think even Netflix is. Let me pull up Netflix. Yep. Also above 200. Oh, Paul. Okay, cool. No, I was just talking about options. You pull up Tesla's option chain for tomorrow and one for Microsoft. They're both $440 stocks, right? And you get a call option, let's say, for example, Microsoft, say to 445. Right now they're at $1.60, let's call it. Okay. And it's 2 points away. And if you look at Tesla for the same, let's just say cost for an option, you're up at like $460. So you're $25 away. And it just goes to show kind of how premium is set up. Yeah, right on. Okay, you heard that part. Right on. It's a big reason why a lot of big institutions, fund managers, etc., they'll use spreads because they'll like, oh, hey, look, I'll collect premium, especially when it's like $5. That's why the options chain is amazing for Tesla. If you're selling any of these options, you're collecting a huge amount of premium, especially if you're doing a spread, and then you can put a huge spread in and still make money. I don't have one set up now, but I imagine like you probably put like a $40 spread on this thing. And, if you use like a broken wing strategy or something like that, where it, moves, just explodes to the upside or to the downside, you can get rid of one part of the spread and lever that or roll it into your, favored position. It's almost like stocks, you're adding to a winning trade, kind of same concept, but with options, just roll those contracts. Anyways, fun stuff to come 2025. Super excited about it. Be a light couple weeks for me. Not in the personal life though. Got a lot of stuff planned. So I'm excited about that. Planning a trip to Spain. Very excited about that as well. Yeah, Paul, exactly. There is a lot of ways to make money in the markets for sure. Our first trade yesterday, actually, which was a really fun one. We went through it live. We shorted IWM. I wanted to short at 232.50. I missed the entry, so I got in at 231.50. We had a few folks join the party. I think Vincent was there. The cost maybe as well. But when we took those short positions, man, didn't take long to get paid. We're paying ourselves on the way down, and take a look at that move. Was, I think, all in about 18 points to the downside. You were too, Paul? Right on. Well, there goes Tesla. Dump truck. The new Tesla dump truck. Meanwhile, Boeing, worth noting, Boeing at 182, massive, massive level for the longest time was 182. So I think a lot of that money moved out of the way the last time it broke through there because they were having a ton of like legal issues. Actually, let me look at Lockheed as well. LMT, not as aggressive. AV still looks pretty good. Let's look at Northrop. Okay. RTX maybe. L. Okay. Anyways, EXPE might be interesting here in the next. Speaking of traveling, could be an interesting one on a shopping list. Again, pretty aggressive pullback. Everything pulled back pretty aggressively yesterday. So, who was it? Ed talking about Tesla to short. Look at that, man. Amazing. That would have been an amazing trade. I just the 4 or 5 times I was thinking about shorting Tesla today, I couldn't work up the courage to do it. Just because that thing can move against so quick. And I was tempted to hit the options chain. Here's a fun one. I was watching at $3.70 for 425 put, right? Those same puts are now 560. Oh well. Okay, right on it. Good for you. That's the beauty of the room, right? Like you gotta be able to kind of make that call, make the decision on your own, which you did, which is amazing. I'm glad it worked out, truly. Again, top 2 names I wanted to short today: Coin, Tesla. And I'd be honest with you, I wanted to short IWM again, but it's kind of a smaller mover, so I didn't mess with it. All right, so watching the Qs and the spy here. This could be the trap being set, or we legitimately break down. So if we see a leg lower, I definitely think could be an opportunity to short some of the bigger names. That said, it's like bait. You're breaking below the VWAP. You're under the 200. SPY's doing the same thing, kind of consolidating sideways. So this could be bait for either side, bulls or bears. And our Microsoft trade, probably going to dump it. Still a green trade. Just I don't really know if I want to hold on to this thing forever. Okay. Who wins the arm wrestle? We do have the tips auction at 1 o'clock, but I don't think I'm going to stick around long enough to see that. So y'all, I'll be gone tomorrow and next Friday. I'll be here next Monday for a pretty short period of time. But I'll leave the Microsoft trade on NVIDIA. And I might actually I'm going to take some call options on the SPY. Why not? Risk like, I don't know, $1,000. Do a quick retrace on that. There's that. There we go. Down to there. Okay. There's that. Maybe I won't. Maybe I won't. Chalk it up to a green day and move on. That's probably what I'm going to do. Well, listen, I appreciate y'all. Have a phenomenal weekend. I know I'll do my best to be safe during a bachelor party, but we're older folks. We're going to be golfing and smoking cigars, that kind of stuff. So anyways, look, appreciate y'all. Thank you for being part of this community. Thank you for showing up every day. Appreciate all the feedback. Nothing but happy thoughts. Have a great weekend, y'all. Cheers. God bless.